welcome to the Yoyogi National Gymnasium on the last day of the 2020 Paralympic Games. A magnificent 12 days of competition draws to a close, and the curtain comes down on the badminton events here with 14 medal matches, 7 finals, starting with the women's singles in the SL4 category. The last women's single medals to be decided here. 3 medals to be contested in the men's singles in the WH2, SL4 and SL6 categories. And it's a big day in doubles. 2 wheelchair events to be settled in the men's and women's, plus the SL3, SU5 mixed doubles. But first up, women's SL4 singles, and it's certainly a big day for Liani Ratri Optila. She's going for a Paralympic triple crown today. Already a gold medalist in the women's doubles at these Paralympic Games against Cheng Heifang, who was part of the Chinese double, beaten by Ratri and Kalamata Sadia in that doubles final 24 hours ago. Optila will compete in the mixed doubles final along with Harry Susanto a little later on against the French. But first things first, it's the challenge of a singles gold medal. Indonesia against China here. Multi-court setup at the Yoyogi National Stadium, and we see our athletes enter the arena.
And her opponent, the number 2 seed from the People's Republic of China, Cheng Heifang.
Optila followed by the 26-year-old Chinese Cheng Heifang, double gold medalist at the Asian Para Games. Cheng didn't quite have the answers in the doubles final against the Indonesians, but another chance here, a shot at redemption for Cheng of China.
Yeah, it's so interesting with the spin of the coin, of course, in the sport of para badminton, about the choice there. Because if you contrast it with other sports, for instance, you choose to serve first or receive first, you always choose an end here, and principally, we always try and get that across. It's to do with the drift in the arena, and these 2 athletes, as you were alluding to, of course, having gone all the way through to the gold medal match by now, well used to the conditions here in the arena here at the Yoyogi National Stadium. Every stadium, every arena is slightly different because you've got some air conditioning, but they have to be very, very careful with that because they don't want it to influence the flight of the shuttlecock too much. So Optila there with the spin of the coin has immediately gone and chosen that far end, having played the previous matches. That's what she wants to do, try and get a good start with the assistance, the wind assistance, going up to the mid-game interval.
So apologies for any technical issue there. So we have Kajiwara Daiki, the 19-year-old from Japan, and he is up against Korea's Kim Jung-hyun, 43-year-old. Both of these have been producing some amazing badminton. As the umpire Lau Chen Li of Malaysia calls the players to get ready for the serve. And here is how Kim Jong-un came into this match, beating Australia and Hong Kong China, Chan Ho-yun. And with Kajiwara Daiki defeating France, Hong Kong China and Korea, all in 2 games, second going to 3, where he was victorious with a 2-1 win. First serve, men's singles WH2 gold medal match.
Ladies and gentlemen, on
Introductions.
my right, Kim Jong-un, Republic of Korea. And on my left, Daiki Kajiwara, Japan. Kim Jong-un to serve, local play.
Here's the service. The best of 3 games. The first one to 21 points wins the game. Should it go to 20, for example, then it would be for 2 points clear before the game is concluded. Now the players can use the court, as we see, with the exception of under the net with the logos. That's not part of the scoring area. The tram lines down the right-hand side of the court, as we see, is included, and so are the tram lines at the back, with the exception of during service. And the first point here going immediately to Kajiwara Daiki, setting his stall out. Plenty of enthusiasm in his attack. And on the left, at the top of the screen, you can see the graphic which will show you, as we go through the game, how the points are progressing and who is leading.
Both of these players have a very attacking style, so it's sure to be an exciting match filled with plenty of action.
Service over, 2-1.
Really positive start from the Japanese player, the unseeded player of this match. In the group stages, he managed to conquer the number 2 seed, Chan Ho-yun of Hong Kong.
In the head-to-head, Kim Jong-un has won on 13 occasions to just 1 from Kajiwara Daiki. And the last time they met, it was 21-13, 21-14 in favor of Kim Jong-un. Is this the day that the younger Kajiwara changes that to become the Paralympic WH2 class champion? 5-1 up. in this first game. In his first game, Kim Jong-un defeated his fellow countryman, Kim Kyung-hoon, 2 games to love. Then went on to defeat Australia's Grant Manzawi, 2 games to love.
Service over 7-2.
And then that 2-1 win over Chan Ho Hyun of Chinese Hong Kong. Oh, clever match play there from Kajiwara Daiki again. He just dropped it over the net and it was unretrievable there from Kim Jong-un. Once more he goes for that drop shot. And again, he is successful. 9 points to 2. Looking in commanding form here in the first game. Well read from Kajiwara.
Service over 3-9.
The awareness of the players on court is amazing. They know exactly to the centimetre where the shuttle is likely to fall.
Unlucky on the judgment there.
4-9.
Fantastic rally though by both players, moving the shuttle really well. You may have noticed that in the wheelchair event the singles is played on half court. And that just allows them to cover the court easier, moving forwards and backwards rather than trying to cover the width of the court as well, side to side.
Pot 6-9.
And Kim there playing shots on the forehand side of Kajiwara and then onto his backhand, making the court seem as wide as possible.
6. Court. Service over 7-10. Service over
It's called out,
11-7
and
interval.
Kajiwara in the lead there by 4 points as we head to the mid-game interval. He's having a fantastic tournament so far. Playing fantastically well, but at this point I don't think Kim will be worried at all.
Court to 20 seconds. Court to 20 seconds.
There's the 20-second call from the umpire to get the players back in position.
11-7 play.
Brilliant start from the game from Kajiwara, being slowly eroded as Kim Jung-yun gets back into the game.
Oh, really well done there. Great shot. It was low enough that
12-7.
Kim had no time to get back in time, but high enough just out of his reach.
Service over 8-12.
Good judgment again from Kim. Just 4 points between the two of them now. This one goes astray.
Service
Setting out
over
the first
13-8.
game is really important to how the match develops. And when you look at statistics, often the one who goes ahead in the first game maybe falls foul in the second, but then forces it into a third game and will then go on to take the set or take the match. Didn't get it right that time.
Really solid work, just keeping the
Service
pressure
over
on Kajiwara at the back of the court.
9-13.
Players can request a change of shuttle from the umpire after particularly long serves where the feathers of the shuttle get worn or damaged. Kajiwara forced Kim back to the far reaches of the court and then dropped that one just over the net to take the point. Perfect distance for Kim. This time it wasn't read well enough by Kajiwara.
Serving forward, 15-10.
Kim just struggling to find the lines here.
15.
He brings with him so much experience. He started playing para badminton in 2005. Whereas Kajiwara has only started playing para badminton since 2017.
The players are moving around the court at real pace in these chairs. For those people who are maybe not aware, can you just help explain the significance of the chair and how it works, please?
So they're specially designed sports wheelchairs. The wheelchair is built around each individual. The importance being that it fits nicely, dependent on their height, weight, width, and that it's light. It's important that the chair's light so it can move quicker and that it's durable.
And you see on the back of the chair, the seat is really low.
Yeah, that's right. So these players in the WH2 class, they have the core muscle function, whereas players in the wheelchair 1 class may not have that. So these players are able to cut the backs of the chairs really low, just so they can reach back as far as possible in the chairs, sometimes going parallel with the ground. So incredible flexibility and athleticism from the players.
And this is the WH2 class, and there are a number of different classes, aren't there?
Yeah, we have 6 in total. So the 2 wheelchair classes, 1 and 2, and then 2 standing classes, SL 3 and 4, and then standing class SU5, and the final standing class, the short stature SH6 class.
And I just touched the net as it went over. That was a very fortuitous point. 15 all now in that first game.
Kim's done really well to come back. He was 5 points down. Maybe just the experience starting to show and him settling into his environment. You could see the indecision there from Kajiwara, unsure whether to play that shot or not at the back of the court, then deciding to play it, and it being a poor drop shot for the waiting Kim.
Well, the beginning, which is tipped and went out, but the beginning of the game, Kajiwara was really on top form. But the way that the experience from Kim is starting to take command now, is that going to be the frustration for the younger Kajiwara, I wonder? For being the debut of Para Badminton, the impact of this on the sport must be incredible.
Yeah, everyone involved in the sport is so proud of where the sport is, and we think this is the moment that the sport's been waiting for a long time, so it's really something special, and we look forward to seeing how the sport develops in the future years after this Paralympic debut.
So well retrieved there from Kim.
Kajiwara done well to keep the pressure on him, though, playing that shot right to Kim's body, not being able to get out of the way in time.
Again, perfectly weighted flight of that shuttle. Kajiwara's confidence growing again. Oh,
Fantastic
what a tremendous rally. The rally seconds was 82 on that count, 65 strokes. It was phenomenal. Absolutely brilliant. 19-18, and look how close the game is. Well, some amazing badminton being played here.
Fantastic defence, keeping him in the rally. Kim seemed under pressure for the most part of that rally until he got the smash opportunity, and Kajiwara just managed to work it.
So from a strategic point of view, how do you decide to go long or short? I guess it depends on the quality of your opposition.
Absolutely, and a lot of it is just waiting for the perfect opportunity for the next shot that you want to play. It's like a game of chess. You're always thinking a few shots ahead.
Right. Oh, there's an opportunity for Kajiwara to think ahead here. 21-18, he took the first game. But how tight it was. He started off, didn't he, so well. Mid-game, it was Kim who came back, and then Kajiwara managed to finish off with that spectacular rally. 92 seconds, the longest rally in that game. 67 strokes. So the energy levels and training, what sort of training is required for the WH class?
Certainly endurance training, as we can see from the rally length, that the rallies can go on for such a long time, like well over a minute. So endurance is a huge part of this. Playing half court, there isn't as much space to exploit when moving the shuttle around, so it's harder to create those opportunities. So the rallies can last longer, so endurance and stamina is a huge part of it, and as we can all see, strength is a massive part.
So will they get involved in other forms of exercise apart from badminton, for example, weight training or resistance in gyms and that sort of thing?
Absolutely, yeah. Often they'll spend most of their time on court, but they will have hours set aside for the gym. And I know in the setup in Korea, in Ulsan, South Korea, where Kim is based, with a lot of the Korean para-badminton team, with coach Kim Myo-jung. She's been working with the Korean para-badminton players for a good number of years now, and she's done really well with their setup. And she's done fantastic work, giving them the best possible facilities. And we can see it with Kim's fantastic record. He is the 6-time world champion in men's singles and men's doubles from 2013 to 2019.
So after each game, the players change ends, and if you aren't familiar with the game, in major facilities like the Yoyogi, it's a big stadium, and there are air movements around the stadium, which is referred to as the drift. And how does that impact the work of the players and the shuttle? How would they read that?
So they'll know themselves, like when they hit the shuttle, whether they hit it clean, whether they hit it well, and then they can just judge if there's any drift from where the shuttle lands, how it might be moving in the air. So we know from previous days of the competition that the drift has been moving from left to right, so they'll just need to figure that out while on court, and often during those 2 minutes knock up before the match starts, they'll try and figure out if there's any drift in the court.
Better from Kim, still trails by just the 1 point narrow margin, and Kajiwara taking the first game, so he has one game to love.
Serving server 4-2.
With Kajiwara having only started playing Parabadminton in 2017, it seems like this Paralympics has come at the perfect time for him with the postponement.
And that's obviously a really difficult situation for some of the athletes, because the delay has really affected their ability to prepare for this such important Paralympic Games.
Absolutely. I think for both of these players, though, it's the postponement has worked in their favour. I mean, Kajiwara seems to be playing the best badminton that he's ever played. And for Kim, it allowed him, the postponement of the Paralympics allowed him time to recover and rehabilitate from a right shoulder injury that he'd been suffering from in recent years. So
Obviously, as a right-hander, that will have a major impact on his ability to prepare. Still that narrow lead from Kajiwara, just a 1 point difference between the two. No doubt Kim's daughters, Hyo Gyong and Do Yeon, will be watching, spurring on their father. This is such a different place. This is the biggest stage that the sport has ever had, and how it changes the psychology of some of the players. Some are able to cope with that, and others a little less so. What do you think the real strategy is behind maintaining focus and concentration?
I think it'd just be to block it all out and just play like it's any other tournament.
Much easier said than done, I'm sure.
Speaking to some of the players, they found it, I know that some of them found it quite intimidating seeing the big cameras at the side of the court, which is not what we're used to at all.
Well, I think you're going to have to get used to it, because the debut of the sport, Parabadminton, has been sensational. It's a great spectacle. It's of international elite sport. And I'm sure it's going to go from strength to strength. There have been 12 World Championships to date, and the last one being in Basel in Switzerland in 2019, and that saw 240 athletes from 49 countries taking part.
And at that championships, Kim won his 4th consecutive men's singles gold in the 2019 edition. Being the #1 seed, on paper you would expect him to win this match over the undefeated Kajiwara.
Absolutely nip and tuck. 7 points each in the second game. Kajiwara taking the first one, 21-18.
Service over 8-7.
Kim has been undefeated in singles since his debut in the 2012 Asian Parabadminton Championships, right the way up until the Australia Parabadminton International in 2018, suffering his first defeat to Chan Ho-Yun, the number 2 seed of this competition.
Oh, that was a power shot there from Kajiwara as Kim was coming back from that clear. Got the shuttle straight at him.
Gets one back.
Absolutely. Tit for tat.
Service over 10-8.
So in other classes, that's a stroke, I guess, that is common throughout badminton, where the smash is straight at the player?
Yeah, it all depends on the situation. However, smashing at the body is an effective place to smash. You'd think smashing away from your opponent would be the safest, but especially if you go for their racket shoulder or racket hip, it's really difficult to get your body around it and get your racket in position to defend against it. So it's an effective shot to use.
And we've seen in the game on occasion when that's happened, the player who has delivered the shot will put their hand up as a kind of, well, sorry about that gesture, but it's a legitimate part of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just putting your hand up's just a bit of etiquette, really.
Right. Look at the scores. Just 1 point between the two of them.
Again, Kajiwara leading as they go into the interval, as he did in the first game, but with a closer margin between him and his opponent.
And the cord is wiped down after each interval. The chairs obviously need the traction to enable them to make the quick turns and changes as they need to during the game. And what in the interval, the kind of things that the coach might be giving to the player?
It's really nice to have another set of eyes on the court, maybe picking up on things that you may not be able to notice while you're playing the match. So the coach can just offer bits of advice, or coaches are often really good at pattern breaking, so they may be able to recognize a pattern within your opponent and offer strategic tips on how to break those patterns.
Again, perfectly weighted from Kim.
According to available records, Kim has only lost 4 international singles matches in his entire career since starting in 2012, and they were all to Chan Ho-Yun of Hong Kong, the number 2 seed. So this will be really interesting to see if he can hold his nerve in this Paralympic final.
Tremendous record to have, isn't it? Absolutely tremendous. The intention was the right thing to do, just couldn't quite match it with the technique.
The unlucky net cord on this occasion.
Once more, Kim's caught out by the net.
Again, going for that cross-court drop shot. Seems to be a bit of a weakness of Kajiwara. Kajiwara, another vitally important point. Played baseball before his accident, and he was introduced to para-badminton by a social worker. Little did he know then that he could be playing in such a prestigious event as the Paralympic Games. Again, that cross-court drop, perfectly placed in the corner.
Oh,
Wow.
What a brilliant return there. That was sensational from Kim. Wow.
Well, he done well to stay in the rally, did Kim?
Certainly did.
Going a complete 360.
Again, Fujiwara managing to be successful with that. He did so well part way through that rally, read it and came across the court to make that really important return about halfway through the rally.
17.
So what is the sport of para-badminton, what is it doing to work on bringing in new blood, young people into the sport?
I think after the announcement that para-badminton would make its Paralympic debut in Tokyo 2020, that gave a lot more people the opportunity to
18, 15.
notice the sport and then take up the sport. Perhaps Kajiwara is one of them, having only started in 2017, and that's when the announcement came.
Wow. And that's a really good point you make, because the publicity of the Paralympics is going to have a huge impact on the numbers of athletes who are watching this. Some of who may be saying, well, there's no way I could achieve that, but there are others that say, well, I think I could. And so how did you get into the sport?
I was actually playing able-bodied badminton for a lot of my younger career, and then it wasn't till quite a good few years on that I was introduced to para-badminton, and it gave me, and it still does, it gives me incredible opportunities now to travel the world and compete against people who are like me. And I think that's really important, because up until then I was always playing at a disadvantage, playing against people who were a lot taller, a lot quicker, a lot stronger than me.
18 all.
This is so evenly balanced, this game. 18 points each. Crucial, though, because this could be the match if Kajiwara comes out on top. So Kim has to win this game. Once more, just couldn't get the weight of the flight of that shuttle correct.
On that occasion, just missing the cross-court drop, a shot that's proven so effective for him in this game, but he now stares down the barrel of match point. Gets it right that time, save the first match point. Can he save another?
This is the most important point in his Paralympic career. Can Kim Jong-un score 1 point and then stay in the game?
Oh, wow.
And the gold medal goes to Kajiwara Daiki of Japan. What a sensational win for the young man. It's been so long coming to beat this veteran of the game, Kim Jong-un.
On home soil as well, the Japanese fans, who unfortunately couldn't be in the stadium, will be so proud of this young man who's managed to give them gold, the very first gold of the men's singles WH2 event at the Paralympic Games.
Sensational. And that last shot, it was within the gift of Kim Jong-un. He was the one serving, but that clear enabled Kajiwara Daiki to smash that shuttle across court for the gold-winning stroke.
It's always great when you can win a match on a smash as well.
It kind of says, get in there.
Exactly.
Just started para-badminton in 2017, and now he is the Paralympic Badminton WH2 gold medal winner.
He's had such a great Paralympics so far, having overcome his sporting hero, Chan Ho-yun, in the group stage as the number 2 seed of the tournament, enabling him the bye for the quarterfinals. And then comfortably winning his semi-final match. And then finally clinching that gold medal.
Of course, it is a team sport. It's not just the athlete on court who shares the success. It's the coach, it's the physio, it's the sports scientist, it's the whole entourage surrounding and supporting the athletes. They can all take a very creditable share of that Paralympic gold medal.
And here we have confirmation of the score. Kajiwara Daiki of Japan beating Kim Jung-jun, the number 1 seed from Korea.
Here are the match statistics. 49-minute match and 35 strokes was the longest rally there. On average, 16 strokes.
Please welcome the umpire, service judge and line judges for our next match on court number 2.
2コート、次の試合の審判団の入場です。
Our officials making their way on to court 2. Our umpire from Ireland, Seamus Halpin. Our service judge from Chinese Taipei, Wang Chaowei.
主審はアイルランド、シェイマス・ハルピン。サービスジャッジはチャイニーズ・タイペイ、ワン・チャオウェイです。
Please welcome the players for the gold medal match.
Here we have the women's doubles WH class gold medal match between Japan and China.
And their opponents from the People's Republic of China, the number 2 seeds, Liu Tong and Ye Honghu.
2コートは金メダルをかけた女子ダブルス WH1、WH2 決勝です。対戦は第1シード、日本、里見紗李奈、山崎悠麻。
There's the toss. See who's going to serve. The umpire for the game, Seamus Halpin of Ireland. Service judge, Wang Chaowei of Chinese Taipei. Teams get themselves ready. We have Liu Tong and Yin Menglu making up the Team China. Liu Tong, 17 years of age, the youngest player on court. Her partner, 19 years of age. So Yin Menglu from Handan in China. Serena Satumi, 23 years of age, already a Paralympic champion in the singles. Her ambition was to get a double gold. Is this the day that she achieves her dream? I wonder.
Her partner for this match is Yamazaki Yuma, 33 years old, being the oldest player on the court. She herself has already won bronze in the women's singles WH2 class. Our umpire for the match, Seamus Halpin of Ireland.
So we've just seen the gold medal in the singles, but if you're just joining us, in the doubles, it's a different situation altogether. You can see here, Team Japan having defeated Korea and Thailand to get into this gold medal match, and China having beaten in Group B, came through against Germany and Switzerland. So the strategy in a team game like this, you've played in doubles, how does that work? How do you think as a team?
A lot of practice helps you work more cohesively with your partner, getting the communication right as well, knowing what your partner may do, anticipating that, and then putting yourself in position around them. these partnerships have not been established for that long. Satomi Serena and Yamazaki Yuma having had their first tournament back in 2018, and Liu Yutong and Ying Menglu of China having only begun playing together in 2019.
But they have, in doubles games that I've watched, you see that little signal behind her back, Satomi Serena. What are those that maybe show 3 fingers or 2 fingers? What is the significance of those little messages?
That's just communicating to her partner on where the serve is going, so her partner can anticipate the return of service.
I see. And there we saw again a signal, but it was a different signal. And these aren't standard, I guess. Are these signals just made between the two players?
Yeah, they'll be unique to them. I mean, often pairs may use similar hand signals, but yeah, between the partnership they'll have their individual meanings to what the hand signals mean.
And in other classes of doubles, like the standing classes, do you have signals in that class as well?
Yeah, all across badminton they have hand signals. Even in able-bodied badminton they may use hand signals. Common practice in badminton just to help communicate with the partner without your opponents knowing what is being said.
And I'm assuming then that with TV, which gives everyone an opportunity to see on occasion what those signals are, they may well change over time.
Yeah, perhaps, but even when you're on court, your opponents can't see the screen, so they wouldn't be able to see what's behind your back. So
Sure. But the coaches can, perhaps. On the opposite side.
Coaches sat behind their players so they can get a view of what the players may see, so they can offer the best advice.
As in singles, the score is up to 21. First team that manages to get to that magical number wins the game. And again, it is best of 3.
There's so much success already out onto this court. We have the women's singles WH1 winner in Satomi, the bronze medal winner in Yin Menglu. Then we have the WH2 women's singles winner in Liu Yutong, and the bronze medal winner in Yamazuki Yuma. So we've got 4 medalists already out there on the court.
Tremendous. And it's common practice for players to double up and do as many activities as they can. Obviously you have to qualify for the Paralympics, but in general terms.
Yeah, usually a lot of the players will play in multiple events. With the Paralympics only including particular events, some players may have focused on other ones. For example, Liu Yutong sometimes plays mixed, but she may have not played as many mixed, or not played as many tournaments playing mixed, to focus her attention on the women's doubles and women's singles. And with this Paralympics, there was automatic qualification. If you qualified for the doubles event, you'd get automatic qualification into the singles event, so that's why a lot of these players do play doubles as well.
Doubles their chances of getting a gold medal or a medal of some description.
Double the work, though.
Double the work rate. Yes, and that is an important one, isn't it? Because some of the classes that have been in the Paralympics have certainly taken their toll on the players. So Toomey just seeking permission to change the shuttle.
Certainly the final that we were expecting here between the number 1 and number 2 seeds, who are ranked number 1 and number 2 in the world respectively. They've only faced each other once before in the head-to-head, and that was in this stadium in 2019 at the Paralympics test event. And the Japanese pair, the number 1 seed, coming out on top in a 3-game thriller.
Can China turn the tables then? They're just trailing by 1 point. Still in the first game, a long way to go. They're just leveling the score. So the 3 line judges, as you see at the back of the court, they obviously have to be as vigilant as they possibly can. They're volunteers. Could that be? Are they trained? Is there specific training for judges? Obviously, they've got to be able to look and see the line and decide whether it's in or out. But is there a particular program for volunteers in para-badminton?
Not a global program. However, I know that some countries do have line judge courses and training to just help upskill them really and just help them understand how line judging works. These will be specifically trained for this event. They'll need to know the hand signals, and also they'll need to know when to make the call, as well as that one in the middle there, looking at the 3 that you just pointed out. They're only needed for the service on this game.
But as volunteers, they don't necessarily have to play badminton. So it's an opportunity for people who aren't skilled at badminton to still get involved in the game, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And at the All England badminton tournament every year in Birmingham, the able-bodied tournament, they try and advertise for positions of line judges for maybe the following years, and they say, oh, it's the best seat in the house. And I mean, you can't really get much closer than being a line judge.
No, not at all. And here's an opportunity for the coaches to just have a chat with their teams.
At the mid-game interval, China lead by 3 points. And with them, they have a very experienced coach. Those who are familiar with badminton of the 90s, that's Coach Dong Jiong, men's singles Olympic silver medalist at Atlanta 96. So well experienced coach. They're in safe hands. And it's great that he's trying to give back to the sport and get involved in para badminton.
11, 9. Play.
The Japanese pair, the #1 seeds, are back-to-back bronze medalists at the World Championships from 2017 and 2019. But they haven't played any tournaments since 2019 due to the pandemic.
Even though the occasion is so important, one thing that's been very evident from the vast majority of players is that they are really enjoying the occasion, because it's quite unusual sometimes to see athletes with broad smiles on their faces and really enjoying what they do. It's very serious, but it's a great deal of fun as well. So there's a social side to badminton, apart from competition, that everybody can get involved in, whether you are a young child or a parent. There's something in the sport of badminton for everyone.
You can see the Japanese pair directed most of the pressure and most of the shots on to Yin. And that'll be because between the pairings they're made up of one WH1 player and one WH2 player. The maximum points being 3, so you can have 2 WH1 players if you so wish to. But numerically you'd be at a disadvantage. So the Japanese players are directing the pressure onto the WH1 player.
And that is one of the reasons why they switch in the court sometimes, is it?
Sometimes, yeah, the WH2 player may want to try and relieve some of the pressure off their partner. And also it might be to do with just the fact that one player is out of position, so one player will try and cover the space that's being left and they end up rotating around the court.
And in this particular doubles match, we can see all the players are right-handed, and sometimes we have left-handed players as well. And it's, in terms of strokes, forehand is easier than backhand, would you say?
It's certainly more comfortable to play. You can get more power from the forehand shots. Good rotation shown there by the Japanese pair. But really well worked by the Chinese. Liu decided not to play the smash, but instead the soft shot. And then playing the cross court. And the difference between the WH1 and the WH2 players, if you're just joining us. So the WH1 players, generally speaking, don't have the core muscle function, whereas the WH2 players generally do. So the WH2 players have a wider range of movement. And you can sometimes tell which is which looking at the backs of the chairs. You can see here, as we look onto court, Tsutomi's chair is, the back of it is slightly higher than his Yamazaki's.
We see the same here, actually, that you're pointing out for Team China.
Yeah.
And with that low back, as you alluded to earlier, you can really lay back almost horizontal, can't you?
Yeah. And when we look at Liu's, she's barely got a back of a chair at all.
And to secure the players into the chair, they use, like, it's a Velcro strap, basically, isn't it?
Not all of them are Velcro, but most of them, and it's part of the regulations of Parabadminton that the legs must be secured to the chair.
But not what they're secured with.
No, not necessarily, just
Right.
strapping.
Okay. Oh, it was a clever intention there, but it didn't pay off. To try to just dink it over the net. So there are 4 courts here in the Yoyogi National Stadium. And we are obviously watching the 2 courts adjacent to each other with the maple floor. In standing class, they use a mat. There's a slight sponge effect to that mat. Is that right?
It's definitely a softer material, and it's used for international badminton, the top levels, but for the wheelchairs it's just no good because it is soft and it's difficult to move the wheelchair. So it's a really nice setup that we've got here for the Paralympics, where they've got the wooden floor actually built into the carpet, the red carpet that we can see. So yeah, it's really nice that they can have that nice surface to play on.
And this is a tremendous stadium, built for the 1964 Olympics, and it's had a major overhaul, and it looks in pristine condition. China now edging ever closer to that magical 21-point number to take the first game. Still only 4 points between them, though.
Play.
Game points for the number 2 seed.
First game point saved.
What a tight margin. She's watching that shuttle just dropping over her head and could tell that it was going out.
Also quite a risky thing to do on game point.
Absolutely.
But the Chinese take the first game, 21-16. Looking at their head-to-head on their last and only previous meeting, the Chinese did take the first game. However, the Japanese won game 2 and 3.
see what it means to these players as they go over to get info. Here we see the stats here. Women's doubles WH 21-16 in that first game. Potentially 2 more to go.
Coach is just putting ice on the back of players' necks there to just help cool them down a little bit. Looking very relaxed over at the China camp. And we do have a small audience here with us today. Some of the players whose competition has ended. They're joining us in the stadium today, and we've got a few people in the stands too. Socially distanced, of course.
Well, that is a really important opportunity to make mention of the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact it's had on the Paralympics. They aren't allowed to have any spectators outside of the Paralympic bubble within these wonderful stadiums that have been prepared by Tokyo for the Games. However, there are a number of people around the arena. These are the supporters and teammates, those with accreditation. So the atmosphere, even though it's not full to capacity, is still really good and a great testament to the support for the sport of para-badminton.
We have a few school children coming in right now, actually, and it'll be great for them to see some of their Japanese superstars try and make history and become the sport's first Paralympic medal recipients.
Service over. 3-1.
Oh, that was a really clever service. Completely taken by surprise, the Team Japan.
Maybe just some drift heading towards us. We know that the Chinese pair were struggling with the length on the previous game. Now the Japanese having difficulty with it too, so maybe just playing with the drift and it's carrying the shuttle out the back of the court.
Yin Menglu to serve.
Good attack and pressure from the Japanese there.
Was Yamazuki returning right at the face. Yu Yutong unable to make that return.
Oh, really good placement from Satomi there. Kept Yin at the back and then played the drop shot at the furthest point. Liu went to try and cover some of the court space that Yin had left, but not able to get that far. Good placement again. They're playing it in between the two players, creating a bit of confusion.
It's better from Japan, forcing that poor return from China, closing the gap to just 1 point now in the second game. Yamazaki just looking to kind of an apology for mishitting that. That happens. This time the service from China didn't come off. Went for that same kind of tactic. Jung Tong didn't get it right that time. But, that certainly was perfectly flighted shuttle, and another vitally important point for China. 8 points to 6 now they lead in the second game. Oh, well done. Yamazaki just touched that so lightly and it dropped over. So there we see the kindergarten and primary children enjoying this feast of Paralympic.
I think that could have been out.
Oh, what a great shot there.
It was fantastic, great court coverage from Yamazaki. However, a lovely cross-court drop shot from Yin.
Just extending the lead by a couple of points. They have taken the first game 1-0. Well, that was a tremendous amount of pressure from Satomi Sarina, putting China right to the back of the court and playing from one side to the other. Well intercepted there from Yamazaki. Sustained pressure coming from Japan, attacking Yin Menglu. Intercepted then from Liu Yutong. And well done, China. Getting the 11th point and a well-earned interval between the two. 47 seconds taken. .45 seconds in that rally in the second game, 30 strokes. And there we see 21-16, 11-9. China leading in both counts.
Court 2, 20 seconds.
31 minutes overall they've been playing so far. First game took 20 minutes.
11-9, play.
It was the right idea.
It was indeed, yes, from Li Hu Yutong, the 17-year-old. And it was her family that got her into the sport. They saw some information about recruitment of the para-athletes in their province and wanted her to have a try. And she started with table tennis, but was later scouted by coach Q Fuxian and switched to badminton. What a great decision to do, that switch from table tennis. Japan creeping back in, just a 1 point difference. A request there to change the shuttle from Yin. Well, dug out there from Satuni. Oh, another fabulous cross-court shot there from Yamazaki.
Just playing the reverse there, you could see that she held a racket and then just at the last fraction of a second just turned it and pushed the shuttle in another direction.
And is that something that you would, you know, as the game is developing, would you plan to do those sorts of shots, or is it just instinctive to do it when you, for a split second, see an opportunity?
It's more of an opportunity, yeah. You need to have the right shot, and I mean, it's so deceptive, making it appear like you're going to play a straight shot and then pushing it one way or the other.
And you call that reverse. And the same sort of principle happens on a forehand.
that was on the forehand, and she pushed it towards the right of her, and that would be the reverse. If she were to cut it in and force the shuttle to the left, that would be called a slice. Yeah, really well done there by the Japanese there. Trying to put the pressure as much as possible on the Chinese pair and just working them. Satomi had a lot of the shots in her direction, so she'd done really well to stay in it.
Now it's Japan starting to creep ahead. How they've changed, turned the tables.
Nice to hear a bit of noise in the stadium as well. You could hear the applause there from the audience and the crowd for their Japanese players.
Oh, great smash from Yamazaki.
Covering the court well there. Satomi had to look back and actually check where Yamazaki was, but they done well.
And a straight from Young Tong.
Japan just starting to pull away now. Looking to close out this second game to stay in with the chance of that gold medal. Commentator's curse.
Oh, again Yamazaki forcing the error in the return. She's playing incredibly well. She's maybe the oldest of the four. Oldest is hardly the right phrase, really. She's only 33 years of age. And what sort of age would you, in your opinion, is the prime age to play para-badminton?
I think a lot of our players for this tournament are, I think the average age is actually quite high. We do have a lot of players. There's a good handful in their 50s actually, so I mean they're doing tremendously well. However, our gold medalists so far, they seem to be in their 20s and in some of the wheelchair singles events, and in those cases in their late teens, so it's really difficult to judge. And with parasport, the retirement age can be a little bit later.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. We have game point for Japan now to level. If they can get this, it'll go to a third game.
Takes the smash opportunity to close out the second game. And you can see the crowd, they love it. Medal hopes, gold medal hopes stay alive. They go into the third game, the decider. Already played 42 minutes. Tiredness may start to set in.
Here we see the stats of the first two games, 21-16, 21-16, but in reverse. So it's all to play for, everything even to go into this last game of the match. Still impossible to say who will end victorious.
As I mentioned earlier in this match, they have met once before at the test event, which was here in the Yoyogi National Stadium in 2019. And that also went to 3 games. Satomi and Yamazaki coming out on top, though. Will it be a repeat of that?
Court 2, 20 seconds. Court 2, 20 seconds.
So the third and final game. Japan to serve. Great return from China. So how do they prepare in that break between the games there? How are they going to prepare to come out for this last vitally important game?
The Japanese they're going to try and ride that momentum from the second game. And the Chinese pair will have to find some confidence, maybe find some energy. Try and catch a second wind or something.
Well, they caught the second wind and the third point, because that was a cracking cross-court effort from Team China.
1-3.
Is there a camaraderie between the different classes in para badminton? Does everybody get on with each other, or do the classes tend to stay with themselves?
Para badminton tournaments are some of the nicest environments I've ever experienced. Everyone gets along with everyone. There's a really friendly family feel to it, and I think it's something that makes para badminton really special. So yeah, everyone gets along really well with everyone, and it's just one big happy family.
That's fantastic to hear. And does that, when you talk of family, that is not just the players, that's the family around the players as well, I assume?
Oh yeah, all the staff, the coaches, even the technical officials, the BWF staff. Yeah, we're all involved, and I think it's because we've come from fairly humble beginnings, and we've all kind of grown up through that. So yeah, we're all very close with one another, and it's dead nice.
Well, that's lovely to hear, and certainly the experience that the Paralympic Games has shown is exactly that, because the atmosphere in the Yoyogi Stadium has been tremendous throughout the para badminton events. So China just taking that couple of points lead in this decisive third and final game. And do you get involved with the official side of things, like the umpires, and do you ever have to, take that part yourselves as players?
No, not really. Only in maybe like training, you'd be keeping score and you'd have to call your own lines. Sometimes a few years ago, when there wasn't as much funding in para badminton, we wouldn't always have as many line judges as this, so some lines we'd have to call ourselves. Sometimes there'd only maybe be 2 line judges per court. So it's fantastic to see the progression of the sport so far, and umpire, service judge, and all the line judges that we need, which I'm sure has been a fantastic experience for the players.
Exactly. So if you had one message to give to anybody who's out there now watching para badminton, what would that message be to those to try and get involved in the game?
I think it's a fantastic sport to be a part of. As I said, that lovely family atmosphere that we've got. We all look out for one another. We all cheer and support one another. And it's just a really warm place to be. And I think if you love badminton, you're definitely going to love para badminton. And if you're looking to perhaps participate in the sport, I think that's a huge pull-in point for someone who might be interested. And it's also, as we can see from these absolute titans of the sport, how athletic and how hard-working they are and how determined. So they're great skills to have in a person.
Absolutely. Spot on and well said. And if anybody is out there and interested, I think the place to go is the local badminton club, I guess.
Yep, and BWF will have resources available to help find contacts within international federations on para badminton. So hopefully after this fantastic advertisement for the sport of para badminton, we'll see an influx in players, and maybe for the 2024 Paris Paralympic Games we may even see some new faces.
Well, certainly we've had players who've only been international for a very short period of time, 3 or 4 years within the Olympic cycle, getting introduced to the game and then playing here at the inaugural debut of the sport in the Paralympics. So who knows what the sport might hold moving forward. your discipline isn't in the Paralympics this time round, but there is hope for 2024.
Yeah, fingers crossed. But even though I haven't been able to play, I've certainly enjoyed commentating on some fantastic badminton that we've had this week.
Well, I think apart from the guys we're looking at here, which is the best seat in the house, this one isn't so bad either, is it? Being able to watch such fantastic badminton and to be a witness to history in the making.
Absolutely, and for me personally, I don't always get the opportunity to watch as much para badminton because sometimes or a lot of the time I'm playing, and I play 3 events, so it does take up a lot of time. So it's been really nice to just sit here and enjoy it.
And in the 3 events that you make mention is singles, doubles and mixed doubles.
That's right.
And how do you divvy up your time for practice?
Most of my practice at home is singles practice because my women's doubles partner and my mixed doubles partner live so far away. So it's only when we get the opportunity for centralised training that we get to train together.
Do you exchange ideas and at distance? Do you exchange video or anything of that nature?
We don't, but I think we probably should. It's something that we would maybe do if our events are included and, you know, things get a little bit more serious for us. But for the moment, strangely, the most opportunity that we get to play is at tournaments.
And here we are at the halfway stage at the break at 11. It's 11-7 now in favour of Japan. 21-16. China took the first set, the first game. 21-16 Japan, and now 11-7. Japan are leading in this 3rd and final game. Still anyone's match this though, isn't it?
11-7. Play.
Another valuable point to Team Japan. Now, the crowd that is allowed in the stadium are predominantly young children, but they are, of course, from Japan and very supportive of the home team, and perhaps that support is beginning to lift the spirits even further for the pair of Satumi and Yamazaki. Yin just dropped her head there. She was a bit frustrated with herself not being able to get that return.
Just misjudged that. It was close. It did seem to start to drift out to the right, but maybe just pulled in the last second.
Oh, well done, Japan. Again, all smiles.
Yeah, Yin trying to recover there. She had her back to the net, which is not a wise thing to do in badminton.
Another spin around in frustration from Yin.
The Japanese really have come out fighting after that most recent interval.
Very much so. It's almost like a different team. And when you are making reference to the head-to-head, it's a similar pattern emerging, isn't it? Going down the first game and coming back in the next two.
Coach would maybe look into whether it's an issue of stamina, maybe not having enough energy for that third game.
Right.
Maybe it's a psychological thing.
But they certainly have seem to have dampened their spirits in Team China at the moment. And again, it is the attack to Yin that seems to be paying off. And is this something that the coaches might be looking at, is to say, well, this is what's happening in the play, you should attack in these areas of the court?
Yeah, for sure, and they'll be telling the players about what weaknesses they're able to recognize in the opponents. So, for example, if a player had a weak backhand, they would tell the player to direct most of the shuttle action on that player's backhand.
And as soon as Liu Yu-tong gets the shuttle, she seems to be able to do something very positive with it. So that would give the idea that Yin is the target from the Japanese pair.
I think all four players have played fantastically well, but particularly the two WH1 players in Satomi and Yin.
11-17.
Satomi just lifts herself in that chair. You can sense, the victory closing in and another gold medal. Is there a stage in the game where your spirits are damaged by the game, the way it's developing, and do you start to, how do you pick yourself up at times like this for Team China?
I think just trying to focus on what's ahead and not thinking about the previous rallies. There's nothing we can do about it once it's gone, so just trying to keep the head clear and focus now. But we can see here that it's within the fingertips of the Japanese pair. 9
gold medal points. They got 9 chances of winning this. They need to just win one more and they will become Paralympic champions. well recovered. Liu Chu-yong gets a vitally important point back.
It's lovely to see Kajiwara at the back of their court as well, supporting his teammates.
Well, that's an example of the spirit you were talking about, isn't it?
Exactly.
Wow, that was a fabulous return, wasn't it?
Yeah, second match point saved.
Satumi can hardly believe it after that rally. That was a sustained attack against Yin, and she was able to make that return so well. So just see using her fingers there to work the strings of the racket. And there it is. That's the gold medal. Team Japan. Satumi Sarina, Yamazaki Yuma. Absolutely brilliant. Take the respectful bow. Big waves to the young crowd that's managed to come and support them. It's absolutely wonderful to see.
The emotion on Yamazaki as well, you can see it's just a bit overwhelming for her. Amazing to see Japan having secured another medal in the Parabadminton event.
Here's how they did it in confirmation of the winners. Gold medal match, women's doubles WH class. Satumi Sarina and Yamazaki Yuma are the Paralympic gold medalists. Women's doubles WH result, the gold medal going to Team Japan, Satumi Sarina, Yamazaki Yuma. 21-16, 21-13 in the third and decisive game. Match statistics, duration of the game, 63 minutes.
ceremonies. Women's singles SL4, men's singles WH2, men's singles SL4, women's doubles WH will be taking place. We stick around and celebrate the others. Victory ceremonies following in the next few minutes.
ご案内いたします。女子シングルス SL4、男子シングルス WH2、男子シングルス SL4、そして女子ダブルス WH1、WH2 の表彰式はまもなく行います。ご準備ができ次第この4種目の表彰式を行ってまいります。今しばらくお待ちください。
あれおお、いや、おかげさまで。ありがとうございます。そうですか。ご苦労様です。いや、いつかね、お会いしましたもんね、この件でね。あ、そうですか。そうですね。そうですね。そうですか。もうね、これね、朝からなんか、グループになってて、同じメンバーで、いや、またぜひ、お話ご一緒させてくださ
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Badminton Women's Singles SL4.
皆様、ただいまよりバドミントン女子シングルス SL4 表彰式を行います。
Partnerships Director of the International Paralympic Committee.
国際パラリンピック委員会コマーシャルブロードキャスティングパートナーシップディレクター続きまして
Mr. Paul Eric Boyle, President of the Badminton World Federation.
世界バドミントン連盟会長 皆様、中華人民共和国国歌の演奏です。
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Badminton men's singles WH2.
皆様、ただいまよりバドミントン男子シングルス WH2 表彰式を行います。メダリストをお迎えください。 the national anthem of Japan. 皆様、日本国歌の演奏です。
先生
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Badminton men's singles SL4.
皆様、ただいまよりバドミントン男子シングルス SL4 表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Etienne Dubois, Chief Executive Officer of Paris 2024.
続きまして
Mr. Paul Gerson, Vice President for Paralympics Badminton Federation.
世界バドミントン連盟パラバドミントン副会長
Bronze medalist, representing Indonesia.
銅メダリストインドネシア
Ready, secure. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Badminton Women's Doubles WH.
皆様、ただいまよりバドミントン女子ダブルス WH の表彰式を行います。メダリスト、お迎えください。
そうですね。はい。いいですね。
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Mr. Alexis Schaefer, Commercial, Broadcasting and Partnerships Director of the International Paralympic Committee.
国際パラリンピック委員会コマーシャルブロードキャスティングパートナーシップディレクター
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Paul Curzon, Vice President for Paralympic Badminton Federation.
世界バドミントン連盟パラバドミントン副会長
Bronze medalists representing Thailand.
銅メダリストタイ
Sujin Kukan and Anhui Rukika. Silver medalists representing the People's Republic of China.
銀メダリスト中華人民共和国
Liu Yutong, Yin Honglu. Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Japan.
金メダリストパラリンピックチャンピオン日本里見紗弥山田優真
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Japan.
皆様日本国歌の演奏です
「 Please welcome the umpires, service judges and line judges for our next medal matches.
さあまたメダルをかけた戦いが始まります。審判団の入場です。
On court number 3, our umpire from Malaysia, Teo Kian Ju, and service judge from Singapore, Sir Bi.
3コートの主審を務めるのはマレーシア、ティオ・キャン・ジュー。サービスジャッジはシンガポール、サー・ビー・イーです。
Our officials on court number 1. Our umpire from Great Britain, Alan Crow. And service judge from the Netherlands, Sir Freek Cox.
1コートの主審は英国、アラン・クロウ。サービスジャッジはオランダ、フレイク・コックスです。
And our officials on court 2, our umpire from Uganda, Harriet Semugabi, and service judge from Malaysia, Lau Chen Lia.
2コート、主審はウガンダ、ハリエット・セムガビ。サービスジャッジはマレーシア、ラオ・チェン・リアです。
The officials are making their way into position.
Please welcome the athletes
Umpire
onto
for the
court
game
number 1.
on court 2.
It's the gold medal match in the
Harriet
men's singles
Semugabi
SH6
of Uganda.
From Hong Kong, China, Chu Mankai. And his opponent, the number 2 seed from India, Krishna Naga.
1コート、金メダルをかけた男子シングルス SH6
Here are
の
the
決勝です。
line up, the medals doubles WH bronze medal match, and it's between Japan and Thailand. Once again we see the pair of Kajiwara and Murayama teaming up, and they're against Yakarin Hamul and his partner Yuntong Durnen.
And Hiroshi Murayama. And their opponents from Thailand,
In Japan,
and Dumnan Juntong.
Have already had some successes in the individuals. Hajiwara took the gold medal in the men's singles WH2. He beat Kim Jong-hyun 2 games to love. Murayama Hiroshi, he lost for bronze in a half-court battle 3 games against Lee Dong-seop. And he lost 2 games to 1. In Thailand, they lost in the semi-final against Korea. As the team's starting to get themselves ready. The best of 3 games. First to 21 points in each of those games wins the game itself. Win 2 out of 3 and they win the match and indeed the bronze medal. His first ever bronze medal in Parabadminton here at the Yoyogi National Stadium in the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. team just having a 2-minute warm-up. Get a chance to just test out, get a feel of the court. Although, as I say, both Kajiwara and Murayama have already had a great deal of experience on this court, and the 19-year-old Kajiwara comes into this match as a gold medalist. What a piece of history he's made. Murayama Hiroshi, 47 years of age. Watch out for the enthusiasm from Murayama, and he'll have plenty of that. The team from Thailand, Yakarim Umau, 32 years of age, and Jutong Dumren, 46 years of age. Service judge for the match is Lau Chen Li from Malaysia. Previous results: Team Japan against Germany and China. And the previous results for Team Thailand. We'll see they're losing in the semi-final against Korea. Okay, so we get into the first service.
Ladies and gentlemen,
as the teams are introduced.
Homwol Jakarin, Juntong Dumnen, Thailand. On my left, Kajiwara Daiki, Murayama Hiroshi, Japan. Remember Hiroshi to serve, to Juntong Dumnen, level. Play.
Here we go. The men's doubles WH class bronze medal bout between Japan and Thailand.
One love. Hold. Service over, 1-all.
First point to Japan.
Service over.
To tell us all about the game of Parabadminton, we have world champion. In fact, 10 world titles, so we couldn't get any more experience.
2-all.
World titles in singles, doubles and mixed doubles, different class. What are your thoughts on the WH class in men's doubles?
I think this is going to be a close and competitive game. On both sides of the court, both partnerships are quite vocal, so we're going to hear a lot of shouting, which is going to make it a little bit more entertaining as well. But we know the Thai pair are very well established, so will that make a difference, or will Kajiwara be still riding on the success of what he's had already in this tournament, so it's really anyone's guess.
That is in fact true, but they have met in former doubles matches, and the head-to-head currently stands at 2 each. So this really is up for grabs, and who can tell who will become victorious. But at this stage, Thailand leading by 5 points to 3 in the opening game.
Serves over, 6-3.
So in Parabadminton, the area in front of the service line, so the area between the net and the service line, that's actually out for wheelchair badminton. So as we could see from that last rally and this one, the Japanese players placing it out in that forecourt area. And it just allows the players to cover the court, and it's a bit more manageable for them rather than trying to push the entire length of the court.
But in singles, standing class, the whole court, apart from the tram lines, I guess.
There are slight variations. We do have the SL3 class, and they play on half-court singles as well. But the forecourt area of that is in. It is on a standard badminton court though, and it's a standard height net, so if you've ever been into your local sports hall, you'll know just how big that area can feel.
And broadly speaking, the rules for badminton and para-badminton are pretty much the same.
Yeah, other than the court sizes varying slightly for different classifications, the scoring system is exactly the same, very similar service rules as well. So it's a great way that para-badminton can feel integrated with able-bodied badminton, which is really important.
We just saw a stroke there from Team Thailand and a smash. There are a variety of strokes in the game of badminton.
10.
And I suppose all badminton players use all of the strokes depending on what is required at the time.
Yeah, you do try and plan your shot choices in advance, and it'll be dependent on what you do when you anticipate the response from your opponent. And then in the wheelchair game, we can have very long rallies, just patiently waiting for the opportunity.
Is there much study of the opposition before the games?
Yeah, so under normal conditions, i.e. no pandemic, you'll often find players or coaching staff sitting in the arena watching the opposition or anticipated opposition. And there's also they'll have recordings of previous matches as well, which they'll analyse.
(10-9), Team Thailand leading. It's great to get a little bit of understanding of the game of para-badminton from such an expert, and because it is a new sport,
11-9
and it is with having its debut here, and such a fantastic debut it is. It's been a tremendous success. And this is the last day of the Paralympic Games, day 12. And it's an honour for the sport to be given the opportunity to close the games, pretty much. That must feel tremendous for all of the athletes and the organisation in general.
Yeah, it's really special that we can be part of the events that close out this special Paralympics for us. And it's great for the sport of para-badminton to be given this opportunity and the stage that has been long awaited, really.
Para-badminton has been around since the 1990s, but it was in 2011 that the BWF, the World Badminton Federation, took the governance of the para element of the sport, and since then it has grown and gone from strength to strength. You see the hand signal behind the chair from Murayama. Telling his partner to tell the partners and give them an idea of where they're going to serve and what to expect as a return.
Well worked by the Japanese there. Really made the court seem very big for the Thai pair.
And that's part of the objective, is to get your opponents out of position.
Yeah, and hopefully it'll create some space and you can exploit that.
12-all.
We see the Japanese team in particular changing sides on a fairly regular basis. What is the thinking behind that?
With the doubles event, you can have a maximum of 3 points. So in the wheelchair classification itself, you can have the wheelchair 1 and wheelchair 2. And for the doubles, you can combine for a maximum of 3 points. So you could have 2 wheelchair 1 players if you wanted to, but with both of these sides, they've opted for a wheelchair 1 and wheelchair 2 player. And the difference between the two are that, generally speaking, the wheelchair 1 players don't have the abdominal muscle function, the core muscles. So often they can be considered weaker because they don't have that flexibility and range of movement and power.
I see.
So the pressure can be put on the wheelchair 1 players in the doubles event. You can see here that most of the action is being directed at Murayama from the Thai pair. So the wheelchair 2 player may try and help the wheelchair 1 player recover, give them the opportunity to get out from underneath all the pressure, and that's why they'll sometimes rotate.
Japan leading 17-12.
18-12.
Still the first game, and a long way to go.
19.
He was going to play it, but he heard the call from Murayama, who said to leave it, and he did, and it, unfortunately for them, fell in.
Communication really important in the game of doubles then.
Yeah, for sure. You can see even here where it's being played down the centre of the court, and often that can cause confusion between the players.
Oh, that would have been spectacular if he'd have been able to get that return, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you could see that just how the low back of his wheelchair allowed him to bend right back into his seat and try and play that round the head, but to no avail.
He kind of forced his opponent right back to the byline, to the edge of the court, and then could drop that over the net. So cleverly done. It's such a fast game, isn't it, badminton? It must be among the fastest of the racket sports.
15.
The fastest, in fact.
Really?
Yeah. People often think that tennis is quicker because when we see those serves being played at over 100 miles an hour, but in fact, fastest smash in badminton, 421 kilometers per hour.
That is astonishing. What a statistic.
You'll have to do the conversions. One's in miles per hour, the other's in kilometers per hour, but I know it's pretty fast. Quite a bit faster than the Isle tennis ball.
My word. And the shuttle just, from one side to the other, the speed in which it turns, because of the design, that cone shape, and the makeup of it. It's made up of feathers, goose feathers in particular.
16 of them. 2 feathers from the left wing of a goose. But
18, 20.
as we all become more environmentally conscious, the sport is looking to develop and find a more eco-friendly alternative to the current goose feather shuttlecock.
So there's research being put in the game to come up with an alternative solution. That's great for geese in particular. Well, I'm sure they don't mind losing the odd feather or two.
First game won by Kajiwara Daiki, Murayama.
And that's the end of the first game.
18.
And it goes to Team Japan. As that shuttle just dropped off the back of the court. 21-18, they take the first game. Game lasting for 16 minutes. With the longest rally in strokes being 17. There we have the stats of that first game. The men's doubles WH bronze medal match between Japan and Thailand. Chance to cool down a little. Getting that all-important bit of advice from the coaches.
Court 2, 20 seconds.
The Murayama
To
having
20 seconds.
a bit of a chill with that ice pack. A lot of strain on the upper body, particularly around the shoulder joints and the neck.
Second game.
You see
Level.
they switch ends. Is there any particular reason why in badminton, as like in tennis, they change ends?
Like a lot of sports, really. Football as well.
Yep. Yeah, of course.
Just allowing the
Service over.
players an equal chance on both sides. It's fair, and if this does go to a third game, they'll change ends when they reach the mid-game interval of the third game.
And conditions on one side of the court may vary. You've spoken of the drift.
Yeah, absolutely. So, for example, like if the drift moved from the side in which the Japanese players are on now, and they were playing into the drift, it would therefore slow the shuttle down. However, if they played with the drift, it would carry the shuttle a lot faster, so they'd maybe have to take a bit of power off of their clears and their lifts.
Murayama shot there, levelling the scores. Now, all even.
Service over.
Smash shot there as a return. Went straight into the face of Murayama. Jean-Paul Gourmand unable to make that return on that backhand.
Service over. 3-4.
There are the standard shots, the clear and smash, etc. But there are variations depending on the player.
Yeah, and it just depends on where your opposition is. It's a really useful skill in badminton to be deceptive, so you could make it look like you're playing one shot and then very last second change your racket position to play a different shot.
That was a good return from Jean-Paul.
5-4.
Kajiwara unable to get to that. Kajiwara's chance to get revenge, winning that point for Team Japan. 5-5 it stands. Second game, Japan still leads 1 game to love. Great rally there from Team Thailand.
Oh, wow. What a shot. Lovely cross-court drop. Just floated it right into the corner there, out of Murayama's reach.
Is that an example of what you're talking about? The last second deceiving the
100%. Make it look like a clear for as long as possible. Last second, slow down your racket, turn your racket slightly, play a cross-court drop.
9-5.
Good call from Murayama there, telling his partner to leave it.
Another great example of where he would be forced to the back, but then just dropped that over the net. So impressive.
Good defense from Juntong, but not managing to find the counter-attack.
So do the players decide that they practice both defense and attack?
Yeah, it's always a good tactic to try and get on the attack first. But there are some players who just really like to defend and can win rallies that way, but it is what you'd think of more difficult.
Right, and then they sort of have a counter-attack strategy, do they?
Yeah, it's just trying to find that opportunity. Keep the shuttle low and forcing your opponents to lift, and then getting on the attack.
Right. And here we reach that 11 points that you referred to, the interval. How the game is unfolding thus far. 21-18. First game going to Japan, 11-9. Thailand leading in the second. Still very tight this second game.
Court 2, 20 seconds. Court 2, 20 seconds.
The last time these two teams met was in the semi-final,
11,
and it was
9.
won by Japan, 21-9, 21-17. In fact, the last two games, the two times that they've met, Japan have come out on top. And of the 4 encounters, there's only ever once gone to 3 games.
Serves over, 10, 12.
good smash placement there, playing it right down the line and out of Humwal's reach.
There's almost a competition developing between Kajiwara and Homnal. They seem to be playing against each other quite a bit in this match. Is there rivalry, particularly in doubles matches between players?
Not particularly, with the players being a combination of wheelchair 1 and wheelchair 2, you'd think that often a lot of the traffic can go towards the WH2 player.
Right.
Sorry, the WH1 player, but sometimes the players can be really strong, even the WH1 players, and there might not be an awful lot separating the two. And in that case, it would usually just be played down the middle and try to cause some confusion between the players.
All even, 12-12 in the second game. Homnal looks up, frustrated there. He couldn't quite make that return.
Great court coverage by both of the sides of the court there. You could even see the rotation between the Japanese players.
Brilliant, wasn't it, to watch? It's a pleasure to see the ability of these fantastic badminton players, covering every inch of that court.
Serves over, 14-13.
Puff of the cheeks there from Murayama. Must be feeling it, having played so hard in these Paralympic Games. Oh, well done, Kajiwara. He came across at the defense of his partner Murayama, managed to recover and get that return in for a score.
Service over, 14-15. Play.
So the receptacle here with the shuttles, that's a new initiative, isn't it?
Yeah, it was introduced last year, maybe 2019, when the COVID pandemic hit. Before then, the service judge would distribute the shuttles, but then to reduce contact and allow social distancing, the bins were created. And it's quite clever because they are kind of automatically dispense the shuttle, like it gets pushed up the tube, so as you can see, it's easier for the player to just take the shuttle from out of the top.
So that could well be one of the positive things that come out of this very difficult period that we're all facing, and particularly it's been so challenging for the organisation in Japan to even stage the games in the way that they have. The Olympics were a tremendous success, and the Paralympics no less so. So it's a huge congratulations to Tokyo 2020.
Serves over, 15-17.
This second game can still go anyway. Just those 2 points between the teams. 3 now.
Serves over, 18-15.
Wow, no, seriously, that was brilliant, wasn't it?
Fantastic. Great defense from the Thai players just to try and keep themselves in the game, but yeah, the Japanese really do enjoy that attacking style of play.
So direct, though, smash after smash. Well read there from Juntong.
16-19.
Great work from Juntong there. You could see pushed Kajiwara the long diagonal in that far back corner on the right-hand side as we look down onto court. And then into the middle.
Perfect length, wasn't it?
Serves over, 20, match point, 17.
Match point for Japan, Kajiwara and Murayama.
Serves over, 18-20.
One match point saved, but is it too late?
Oh, this is becoming
Find a little bit of luck there.
Oh, it's a nail biter now, isn't it? Murayama has to smile to himself. Oh, cleverly done from Kajiwara. And that's the game and the match. And Japan take the bronze medal. Absolutely fantastic. And what respect they get from the team of Homoil and Juntong, who accept the fact that they've been beaten on the day by the better team. Team Japan taking the bronze medal in the men's doubles WH category. Wonderful. That's another medal for Kajiwara and the first for Murayama. There's confirmation, winners, bronze medal match. Team Japan.
The Thai pair of Homwal and Juntong, they really ought to be proud of how far they've come in this competition. Their first tournament they'd played together was the IBAD Parabadminton World Championships in 2009, where they took the silver medal. So it's great to see that even 12 years on from that, they're still fighting right at the top.
Absolutely. And what a place to do so. And it was the medal going to these two wonderful athletes, and what ambassadors for the sport of para-badminton. Doesn't get better than this, does it? Have a 19-year-old and a 47-year-old making up the team. And that's what para-badminton has to offer. Look at the reaction they get from the supporters here. Team Japan taking another medal, and it is bronze. Defeating Team Thailand 21-18, 21-19 in that thrilling match of para-badminton. The statistics, duration of the game, 37 minutes.
Please welcome the umpire, service judge, and line judges for our next medal match on court number 2.
2コート続いての試合の審判団の入場です。
On court 2, our umpire from Germany is Andrea Flach. Service judge from New Zealand, Trish Garb.
主審はドイツアンドレア・グラフ。サービスジャッジはニュージーランドトリッシュ・ガブです。
And please welcome the athletes on to court 2 for the gold medal match in the men's doubles WH1, WH2 classification. The number 1 seeds from the People's Republic of China, Mai Jianpeng, Chu Zimo, and their opponents from the Republic of Korea, the number 2 seeds, Kim Jong-jun, Lee Dong-suk.
So here are the two teams getting ready. This is the last of the wheelchair badminton, the WH class, the men's doubles gold medal match between China and Korea. Umpire for the match from Germany, Andre Vlok, and the service judge from New Zealand, Trish Garb. So this, in the seated categories, is the final of finals. It's the gold medal match between China and Korea. Two-minute warm-up. Both these countries have met before. These teams have met before, and it is 5-5. Although the makeup of the teams has varied somewhat, but the last game they met was the same pairings as we have here today, and that went in favour of China. 21-12, 21-13. They won that game. The prior meeting was exactly the same in 2019 Paralympic Badminton World Championships, and that was a 3-set thriller. First game going to the Korean pair, 21-18, and the People's Republic of China taking the next two games, 21-18, 21-15. Here is how they got through to this gold medal match, beating Thailand, France, and again Thailand.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, my Chimpong Chu Zimu, People's Republic of China. And on my left, Kim Chong-chun, Lee Tong-sok, Republic of Korea. Chu Zimu serves to Kim Yong Chun, love all, play.
My gets is underway. 19-year-old Hugh Zimo. We have Lee Dong-sok, who is 50 years of age. His partner, 43 years of age, Kim Jong-jun. Well, great shot there from Hugh Zimu. He won the men's gold singles match, beating Lee Sam-sop, who had to retire in that game, unfortunately. But the gold medal going to Hugh Zimu.
4-2.
If anyone was with us from the last match when I mentioned about the WH1 and WH2 players being quite evenly matched,
yeah,
I would actually say that Hugh Zimu is possibly stronger than Mai Jianpeng, which is interesting with Mai being the WH2 player,
right,
and Chu being the WH1 player. So it's really interesting, but it just shows the strength that they have between the two of them.
Yes. And as you mentioned before, they will choose to attack the weakest link as they perceive it at whatever stage of the game they're in.
Yeah, so even just in that short rally then, we could see a lot of the traffic going towards Mai Jianpeng,
right,
which maybe shows that the Koreans were thinking what I'm thinking, where that Mai is the weaker player.
Right. Oh, that was a clever little rally.
7-3.
can see here that
4-7.
Lee Dong-sop is taking most of the pressure, then playing it much more on him being the WH1 player and Kim Jung-jun being the WH2 player.
Lee Dong-sop took the bronze medal in the men's singles WH1, defeating Moriyama Hiroshi from Japan 2-1.
5-7. Service over. 8-5.
And in the men's WH2, Kim Jong-jun was defeated 2-0 against Japan's Kajiwara Daiki. So another example of where the teams, or the players, enter more than one category. Lee just couldn't reach back to get that.
9-5.
Frustration there.
Very comfortable lead for the Chinese pair as they head into the mid-game interval.
And the thoughts from the coach at this stage, as an expert of being in that position so many times. What are your thoughts?
Coach Dong Jong, the men's singles Olympic silver medalist from Atlanta '96, certainly knows what he's talking about, and by the looks of things, I think he will be telling them to just keep more pressure on Lee of Korea. Unfortunately, he is the weaker player, so he will be put under pressure a lot more. And on the other side, coach Kim Yo-jung of Korea. She'll maybe be trying to tell Kim to help his partner. Maybe they'll need to try and get a rotation in there and relieve some of the pressure off Lee.
You're absolutely right, because the shots are being peppered, and
there we go.
Spot on. Sounds like you've played this before.
Oh, it's nice to see that I know what I'm talking about.
Does indeed.
I justify my seat here.
You certainly did, didn't you? Well, you justified long before that with those 10 world titles.
6-11.
So couldn't have a better expert in the game to see us through in this last gold medal match of the Paralympic Games on the debut of the sport of para badminton, and what a historic moment it is indeed.
Service over. 12-7. 27.
Oh, brilliant. 15-7. Looking incredibly strong, aren't they?
Yeah, interestingly, although the Koreans have a lot of experience in para-badminton as individuals, they only started playing together in 2018, whereas the Chinese pair are more established as a partnership, having started playing together in 2015. So maybe that's just starting to show.
I suppose there's an almost a telepathic kind of communication. I know they can speak to each other, make signals and the like, but when they both, who's going to go for the shot?
Yeah, it's great when there's a partnership there where you just seem to know what each other is doing without having to talk. And I mean, that takes plenty of practice to just develop that ability to know.
Wow, almost leaning so far back there. And the stability of the chairs is quite remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see the additional wheels there. There's caster wheels at the front and the back of the chair. And that just helps, particularly when leaning forwards and right the way back into the chair, as we've just seen Kim try to do.
That cheer was from one of the other courts. There are 4 courts in action.
19-8.
19-8. Looks like this first game is slipping out of reach for the Korean team. Game point.
20, game point, 8.
12 game points they have. Well, they're justifying their #1 seeding.
Well covered by Kim.
9-20.
Got lucky. That last shot landed out. Neither of them were there to cover it. Two game points saved, but a huge way to go. And with no room for error,
First game won by my
China take the first game
21-10.
comfortably with the 21-10 win.
It really did look comfortable as well. They look in full control.
I think the Korean pair just look tired.
They do, don't they? They certainly do. But I love the calm way in which the coach just gives his message across. And that goes for both coaches, to be honest with you. And the conduct of all of the coaches has been exemplary, hasn't it?
Yeah, being on the circuit for quite a while, we do get to know the coaches, and particularly Coach Kim for Korea. She's done fantastic work with the para badminton team in Korea, based in Ulsan. They have a fantastic setup there, and she's really done well with the players that she's got, introduced new ones, and they are a force to be reckoned with on the para badminton circuit.
And do they have training camps where they go away and the team stay together for periods of time?
Yeah, well, they spend most of their day together, so they near enough live with one another even now. But yeah, they even have days out, and they go for runs or like big long pushes up mountains and through the parks and everything. So yeah, she puts them under tremendous work, but being the titans that they are, it really helps them, benefits them, and yeah, she's fantastic with the players.
And all of what you just talked about is building and cementing that team spirit, that one unit. We are, is us. Great ambassadors for the sport. Oh, that was an amazing recovery there from Mai. Brilliant, brilliant badminton. Seven clear points now. People's Republic of China lead in this gold medal match.
Good cross-court shot there by Lee, which finally gets them onto the scoreboard.
Again, frustrations for the Korean team. You can see this starting to slip away. 21-10, outcome of the first game.
10-1. Service over. 2-10.
Great defence from Chu there. They really do seem to have all the answers to everything the Korean pair is throwing at them.
Again, the calm approach from the coach. To see how these two are absolutely in unison in the way that they play the game. 21-10, 11-2 they lead in this gold medal men's doubles WH class. Kim and Lee have got a real uphill struggle here. They want to try and beat these two from the People's Republic of China.
Play.
Again, the attack is directed straight to the face this time. Lee Dong-seop under so much pressure from the two. Kim's putting in a tremendous amount of work to help his partner. What a fantastic shot that was. Certainly no thought of giving up from the Korean team.
Good work from the Korean pair. Maybe just a slight lapse of concentration from the Chinese.
Oh, Lee Dong-seop played so well to make those returns, and then that clear just right over the top. Couldn't do anything about it. 13-6, China leads over Korea. They also have the first game, one game to love. That was better from Lee Dong-seop.
7-13.
Another point for China.
14-7.
Another step closer. Great shot, wasn't it?
Really just finding the spaces there, even though they might be a bit small, they just seem to find them perfectly.
And how do you go about that? I mean, how do you know where to play the shot?
Well, plenty of practice will help you get the right judgment on how much power you need to put on the shot. And then it's all about trying to move the player around and create those spaces and opportunities.
Again, Lee Dong-sop under sustained attack. Oh, well, he really did deserve to win that point. He worked so hard in that corner of the court. Good return that from that. Oh, again, Lee Dong-sop. Such tenacity. See why he won that match in the bronze medal against Murayama. Big smile now. It's a much better period of play for Korea.
Yeah, just closing in on that gap. Now down to just 6 points, but 6 points is still a very long way to go.
Fantastic, fantastic. He's sucking up all of the pressure that's being thrown at him. Such a sportsman, such an athlete. Kim Jong-un has had hardly anything to do because of all the work that he's partnered putting in from the attacks of both the Chinese team. This time, China do manage to frustrate, but it's out. It was an out call. So it's a game. It was another great call from Lee. 11-15, just 4 points between the two now.
China didn't make use of the opportunity that they had. Kim was really out of position, left the whole right side of the court as we look down on it empty. But they decided to play the smash at Lee Dong-sop and he was managed to block it.
And look how this is, the tables are turning. The Chinese team keep persistently attacking Li, but actually it is he who is coming out on top of the exchanges time and time again. Is this where a change of strategy from China might be in order, do you think?
Amazing work from the Koreans there. They managed to get like 2 rotations in, but correcting the error of what they did before. The Chinese pair just placed the shuttle into the open court that Kim had left.
But they forced Kim to come into the game a bit more that time, because everything else was being aimed toward Li, and Li was being able to return those shots. And that was the first time for a while where Kim had left a gap.
Service over, 17-13.
Unfortunately, the Korean pair not being able to make the most of their attacking opportunity.
Service over, 14-18. Service over, 19-14.
Oh, look at this. Match points for gold. Have 6 match points.
And there we have it. Chu Zimo so happy that he's ended up on the other court. A fantastic match. Korea coming out much more positive in the second game, but unfortunately, the Chinese pair are just in a class of their own in this match. Fantastic to see just the emotions pour out there from the Chinese pair in this, the last medal match of the wheelchair events.
So there we have it, the result of the men's wheelchair gold medal between China and Korea. What a fantastic, entertaining game that was. Congratulations to Team Korea, a well-earned silver medal, but it's the gold medalists who walk away with the spoils. That is the men's doubles WH, and it is the People's Republic of China, 21-10, 21-14. What a fantastic finish to the session. Here we have the match statistics, 37 minutes. Great second game from Korea. First game dominated predominantly by China. We've come to the end of what has been a tremendous event here in the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games on Court 2 in the wheelchair class of Parabadminton, making its debut as a sport in the Paralympic Games. It's been absolutely tremendous, a fantastic advert for the sport, and I'm sure it will grow in strength and will become established in the Paralympic Games moving forward.
IBC. Mono English mix. IBC. Mono English mix.